Hello everyone and welcome to the 338th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, July 23rd, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department, part of the Public Teachings in English. My name is Rick Cram and I'll be your host today. And of course, we are joined with Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, who will deliver today's workshop and teaching. Okay, Mr. Keshe, are you ready to go today?
Yes, good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers program of the Keshe Foundation. As we promise you, and as Keshe Foundation always has been, a place of knowledge, information, and many other things that is, over past more or less 7 years, has brought us from every corner of this technology, space, medical, energy, development and launch of new products. And as you remember, some time ago, some 3-4 years ago, plus we, through the people who were abusing the Keshe Foundation systems, we battled with Sterling to stop beta files using and accessing members of the Keshe Foundation. The reason I bring this one up is that we've been hit by another system again. This has been brought in deliberately to damage, especially the ladies of the Keshe Foundation, that they destroy the Keshe Foundation structure from the family side. Some of you might have received, I need to be allowed to be shared, please. Some of you might have received something like this. Stanley, I cannot share a screen. Hello.
Try now, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Some of you must have received, or your wives has received such a text email. It says, "Well, system, the time are so difficult right now. I'm doing a sister check-in, showing support for one another. I need 7 women to post, not share. This message to show you are always there if someone needs to talk. I'm pretty sure I know who will say done on my post." And then it says, "Love all of my sisters." This sisters is a group of satanic, and they have used and brought a lot of damage to Keshe Foundation. And now they are moving into the Keshe Foundation supporters and their families. They bring women into prostitution and the rest of it. Satanic rituals, lights and stones and the rest of it. Be careful and be aware. Make sure if you receive such a thing, you delete it, because it most probably comes with a Trojan that will sit in your communications to find out your weaknesses and your family, and then they ruin your family. They call themselves sisters. There is no sisterhood. These are a bunch of American Filipinos who use this technology to siphon your bank accounts, your life. And they are using connections of the Keshe Foundation because they infiltrated right at the top of the Keshe Foundation. And this sister business, we heard at the end of the Dubai conference, and we were watching it. This disappeared in somewhere. And as you know, Caroline De Rosa has left the Keshe Foundation totally and been divorced for misconduct. And to this effect, we are warning all of you. And if it comes under any name, any cover, delete it. Make sure it's not there. This group, which they call themselves sisters, and it says, just post, which means they intrude into your computer system. You receive it worldwide, delete it, inform. If you have sent to somebody else, you thought it's coming from somebody right on top of the Keshe Foundation, this is a setup for your divorce, bank account emptying, and the rest of it. This is a highly organized, synthetic organization. Do not worry, if your wives end up with everything you could not imagine your wife can do. There is no sisterhood. Sisterhood of damage and destruction. Without using Keshe Foundation, highest level people that they think is coming through. We advise you strongly to keep away from this seven sisters. Seven sister system is what we know as a pyramid. Build up, they take all the Keshe Foundation with them. They're structured that way. And those who bring more people elevate right to the top. And as you know, who's doing it under the name of the Keshe Foundation has reached the top of pinnacle, and they went to damage last week, effectively the Keshe Foundation. We stopped the procedure. We have blocked as much as we could. We informed the Keshe Foundation in different programs to watch. And if it comes from Carolina, make sure this is death sentence for your life, your marriage, and everything else which goes with it. These are worse than stealing. You'll have nothing left. Children on the street, marriage is broken, there is no sisterhood. They're only after one thing, your lives to be destroyed and call themselves sisters. It's a responsibility of me as the founder of the Keshe Foundation, and I've informed the head of the Keshe Foundation about this. We have gone out as much as we could to protect the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide of this atrocity. You get it, delete it, block it, make sure there's nothing left on your computer, and anybody you thought you brought a sister, you brought the sister of misery into your life. I lived with it for 4 years, and it came to an end with the divorce of Carolina. She accepted outright without discussion last Monday. This group destroys your life. Misconduct in every shape or form. It is my responsibility as I teach you about the good things, as we saw with the Sterling, teach you about the bad things too. I heard this sister business when I could not attend Dubai conference, and she landed in my car and calling people sisters. They talk about the stone, gems, and everything else. But unfortunately, maybe fortunate for the Keshe Foundation, we have managed to uproot it from the Keshe Foundation. Caroline De Rosa is not my wife anymore and has been divorced due to gross misconduct. And it's to do with this organization and other things which is set around this in a pattern of life. We knew the way to set it up that they're going to emerge. This is the emergence of worse than Alan Sterling structure. It is important for all of us to understand this, because protecting the foundation of humanity is my duty. It's what we came in, and they infiltrated right at the top. We watched them, they disappeared, while actually they found a way to hide in different names and everything else. This was one of the reasons why Jackie, as the head of education of the Keshe Foundation, immediately after Rome conference was dismissed, due to the same process, same organization, the same things. Protect your family, protect your wives, your daughters, and anybody who calls herself a sister. Sisters do not wreck lives. On the other hand, this is my job. I have fulfilled my duty to inform you. It's your job to go across internet and fulfill this. Do not pass on to 7. This is the worst pyramid ever made. Into your bank accounts, into your lives, and they put your wife on the street for everything they want. Talk about a lot of stones and light. Be very careful, extremely careful. 7 sisters of misery. On the other hand, Keshe Foundation, due to its progressive development, and as we said, we will publish the report on Keshe Foundation today. It will not be released on the Keshe Foundation website, as most of the operators of the Facebook, YouTube, and the others, anything to do with Corona, will delete or withdraw this or do something else to it. The report, which is in the form of Plasma Times a special edition, will be released sometime today on a specific link, which the webmaster will let you have. You can read it. The report is still getting added on. It's a live report. We add to it as it's increased. Even since it's been released, 2 or 3 more new conditions has been seen. One of the worst one we see, especially with women, is what we call bladder infection and bleeding. We reported this, is written in the report, but we've seen drastic cases of it in the past 24 or 48 hours. Be aware of it. You feel, even with men, you want to go to the toilet, you have a burning feeling and you see blood. This is important for all of you to protect yourself. We've seen the womb infection increasing rapidly. We have seen men especially complaining of the hip muscle tissues and not being able to walk. These all need the GANS protocol, which is coming into operation and released today. We see massive increase in the brain stroke, double what we call corona in the brain, can lead to other problems, as we say, cancer. We are still keeping an eye. We have 3 cases around the world we are watching. One of the most important points which we have seen and will be added to the Keshe Foundation protocol in the coming days, as we can add to, is men infertility. They have no libido. They have no interest for sex. Same with the women. And then it starts creating a lot of problem. We have found a solution for it. The initial test tells us we could be 100% correct. We have had a recovery within 12 hours. And both the husband and wife are very happy with what they received back. We are waiting for the test results on 100% death rate of the sperm count in men. Tests are in progress. We report accordingly through the Keshe Foundation for this reason. Those of you who have been hit by this corona lack of interest in the partners, go to the Keshe Foundation website in the next 48 hours. Now we have the results. We can publish it in how to overcome it and get your family back together again. It is part of our work. This is part of what the Keshe Foundation stands for. And as you know, Keshe Foundation is developing rapidly into the international structure of the corona. What we are interested in, to know if the people who have lost 100% of the sperm, is it due to injection or is it due to corona? We are asking a number of our teams around the world to do random sperm tests, and those who have been hit in certain states that populations have been injected, to see if the injection is the cause of 100% death or is it the corona. With this, we'll release more information as it comes. On the same basis, as you know, we have received the solid support from His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran in developing this technology for humanity. In a protocol which to be released by the Keshe Foundation internationally, His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran, on behalf of the Iranian nation, through his assistants who work with us, have issued a specific protocol for humanity. With the instruction of the Keshe Foundation, head of the Keshe Foundation, and Iran, what we call leadership, the gift was given to humanity as free, which means we have come to the same basis. The report is released on this basis because Iranian government, Iranian leadership has a share in allowing this technology to be spread and tested in Iran. At the same time, we respect and we thank the Office of His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran, the Iran National Defense University, the University of Hassan, which has done all the statistics in bringing this report into open. We take the Plasma Times as a scientific issue developer, and you will receive it that way. At the same time, we would like to thank again the team and the Office of Islamic Khamenei of Iran in allowing and certifying the first book in Farsi to be published. This will be released on the 2nd of August, coinciding with the establishment of the Universal Council, and for the first time in public in Iran. Where it can be bought and the way it can be bought will be released by the what we call Iranian Keshe Foundation team. We thank the team from the leadership of Iran who has supported us to get this done so rapidly, corrected, and everything without any cost, freely offered by the Iranian leadership to Iranian nation. In return, we have given a gift to Iranian nation. The Iranian space program will be fully operational on the banner of Keshe Foundation and Tehran, what we call the National Defense University. I have offered to return to Iran rapidly for the development of space technology. The only thing which is holding us back is the completion and demonstration of the 2 enhancement units, which again we hope to be shown as a celebration of the Universal Council on the 2nd of August, next Sunday. We hope that it will be completed, and for the first time it will be seen in public. To this effect, we call on all the knowledge seekers to be ready, those of you who are specialized in flight, specialized in system control, specialized, understand deep space technology, to join us. Contact the Keshe Foundation. You can contact me direct or through the apparatus of the Keshe Foundation. We call you back to Iran as international collaboration. To this reason, I ask all of you who have or have interest in a space technology to join us. We have elite scientists in Iran, and this way we cut any ambiguity in the structure and work of the Keshe Foundation and the way we spread knowledge. Again, as you will read in the text which has been issued through the Office of Islamic Khamenei of Iran and his team, the knowledge is given to humanity irrespective of color, race, or religion. This was one of our requests in the Veteran magazine publication, that we even offered a hand of peace to the nation of Israel, and responded accordingly by the Office of Iranian Leadership. We are prepared to discuss outside the frame of politics on the basis of the religion in Israel to help every Israeli, every Jew, Christian, Muslims across this planet. This is a great opportunity for world leaders to respond, but at the same time, we take steps to make sure every life counts, to be correct and to be conducted correct and to be able to be saved. No one knows more than me how this corona business has damaged and causes damage. Our team in Iran is in battle on a daily basis. Even our team in Europe has been hit on a daily basis. We work relentlessly to bring this matter to an end, but as we know, is not easy solution. What we try to do is to extend the knowledge, to extend the understanding of the work of the systems, to understand the extent of the damages which can be done by this system. We have two choices. As I've said before, we go through the system of light, or we go through the system of what we call the soul. As those of you who were present in the past couple of days teaching, the book of a soul has started to be written. The first chapters and the first sections of it is written on a joint soul basis, and this will bring new dimension to humanity, starting from how to teach your children about the soul, in a way to let them to understand and start the ethos of the work and life on the correct manner, where man shall not commit any crime. This part of the book is written by the soul which has been with us for a long time and now has accepted the home and place, and is not anyone better than a woman who's received the gift to write it. The process has started, the first chapters are written, and in that process, while we bring the new ethos, we write the new book, we teach the new way that the man does not need to rely on what we call education of maths and physics, but never understands the education of his own structure of life. On the completion of this book, we bring about a new dimension, a new teaching, a new way that whatever knowledge is in the universe, as much as it can be understood by the soul and the dimension of the soul, can be shared. Knowledge to be transferred in essence to the soul of the man. That in that process, anyone can understand any language, any impression, to the correct conduct of the soul of the man at the point of receiving it. In this process, we will write the protocol, the way man has to develop his children from the time of birth and even within the womb of the mother. Man to nourish, to reach the ultimate goal of reaching the soul of the Creator. My work has a very clear understanding. In English, we call it the soul. In English, we call it the sun. The soul of the man is the son of the man, is where the life starts, where the man shines. In this process, the soul and the sun becomes one. I do apologize. I have suffered from a very bad cold for 2-3 weeks, and we try not to intrude with it to find out exactly where and how it comes and what it is. You got to understand, if you are going to create a new race, we have to write a new book, a new way, a new understanding, a new comprehension of creation. And it needs a woman to be able, through her own instinct, through her own understanding, to write this part. The part of educating a soul is the responsibility of man and the point of inception, not 9 months or 10 years later. The understanding of the totality of the knowledge of the soul is the key for man to break into space. It's the key for man to be able to travel the span of the universe at 0 time, 0 space. The understanding of the soul of the man has to be of the totality of the creation and the Creator. And as I said, the sun and the soul is the same. And if we put limitation on the light of a star, of a sun, then we can put limitation on the life of the soul of the man, which is the sun itself. The difference between the sun is in its interaction with its environment in the galaxy. It creates moons and planets. The son of the man, the soul of the man, in interaction with the environment of his field, it creates the physicality of the man. There is no difference. If mankind understands this, mankind has evolved to the next step to understand the totality of the creation and the creator. In a way, if we can add to the fields of the sun in a different way, the sun will shine much brighter. So shall we when we add energy and fields to the soul of the man, that it shines more and it breaks the barrier to elevate the physicality. We show you both ways. With the creation of dimension of the new soul and the birth of the new child in the dimension of new understanding, man and the universe will learn to be able to live in both dimensions, as some races of the creator have achieved, very elite. Most of the time they spend their time in a physical condition or in the dimension of the soul. Now we get the opportunity to understand, to be able to live in both dimensions. In so many ways, the new structure and the culture will change a lot of things. In the past, we believed in unity of one God, one creator, and to be alone. How come the man could love and have a partner, but the love of the creator could not be shared? This will bring a change to total understanding of the teaching. In time, we'll go in more depth in understanding and the progress of development of the soul, and understanding of the evolution in what was brought to man as a knowledge of Adam and Eve. In so many ways, mankind and the whole of humanity and the whole of the universe and universe moves to one level. As we try to create one nation on this planet, we create one race across the universe, which means does not matter where you'll be in the universe, you're understood. There is no misunderstanding. And this was needed to stop any wars and conflicts in the coming time in the process of the creation of the new dimension. Mankind needs to evolve very rapidly. And we hope this evolving will be reached in a very, very short time. One of the keys for holding this back was the situation which I explained to you from the beginning in this teaching. The most important key, which was stopping the release of the knowledge for the protection of the man, has left the foundation. And now foundation is free to grow with love, with care, with kindness, and with sharing knowledge. Not using the knowledge to damage and harm, under cover of love and sisterhood. In so many ways, we unite not only mankind, we unite the soul of the planet. And in the teaching of today, you will understand this very, very clearly. And then we unite the universe. This was the purpose. And the Creator could not find any place more beautiful than planet Earth. To take home, to share, to lead the creation of new life and the new cycle in the race of the universe. In so many ways, we have to understand. In any case, we need to understand. In any case, we have no choice but to progress. We need to be at the realm of understanding and not power. We share with the truth and the dimensions of sharing the totality of the knowledge. Those of you who are interested in physical travel, because then there is a purpose for you to exist, we have, as I told you, given you the space program, where you can get on something and occupy your soul for the time being, have a chat, have a view, and the rest of it, or live in the dimension of the soul of the man. For those who are physical, as the old song says, let's get physical, we go back into understanding of the totality, the combined system of light and life. Not life in the dimension of the man, but life in the dimension of the universe and universe. In this process, we extend the knowledge. We bring the knowledge to its ultimate goal. And in so many ways, we extend our love and kindness. And in so many ways, we extend our knowledge to humanity. The space program, which is part of the Iranian national program now, as we have offered with the close collaboration of the Iran National Defense University, will bring into operation the totality of the physical flight. We gifted and developed this technology in a way in 2008 in Iran. And now the totality will be gifted to the nation of man on this planet as one nation, one planet, from the area of Iran, what we know the old Persia. We move from nationalism to singlism as a totality of human race, and as this fertile ground has always been the land of the promise, as all the religions of the world started with me transgression, we end the same place. I have requested from the Iranian government to make all facilities for me to return, and I have even requested where I want to live. Will make human race to shine. Most of you who were with me during the development of the process of the gas-based plasma reactors, which we did initially in the Sensano, we will develop this technology to its ultimate goal. And then we understand why we achieved 129 Tesla. Then we understand how we achieve that, and we use that for what we call space travel. Many of the knowledge seekers who were originally with the gas plasma technology will return, and the scientists from Iranian universities and the rest of the world are invited. In this process, we invite, with the permission of the Iranian Office of Leadership, to Iran from NASA, Russian Space Agency, Chinese Space Agency, and as what we saw and what we announced, Zebro is and will establish in Iran within the next few weeks, which is a combination of Iran, India, China, United States, Brazil, a space program. Zebro will be launched in a massive way with the support and the knowledge of the Tehran, and as one nation, one planet, one race. The development of the star formation for sustaining life will be extended, and in today's teaching will extend on understanding of the last week as we open the structure of the what we call cup of soul. Many of you know about the cup of soul, and the Iranian scientists and Keshe Foundation team were very fast to develop it. And what did we see? In the cup of soul, as we showed you last week, you all brought in a new dimension, a new understanding. The cup of man was taught much before that. And in that process, what we saw in the cup of man was the delivery and the development of the what we call the structure and understanding of totality of the knowledge and the science. What we need to do is to go in depth more about the cup of life and the cup of man. And in understanding more in how we can utilize the original cup, which was made and gifted to the Chinese nation as one cup, one life. We have a problem today with our system, which we cannot stop. In this process of teaching, many of you made a cup of life. Cup of life number 1 and cup of life number 2, which has become the backbone of saving tens of thousands of lives in Iran. And now it has proven by one of the leading universities and medical hospitals in Iran to be correct. This process was and is and will be officially released for use across Iran, and then to be taken to what we call the rest of the world national governments. This process will not be easy, but delivering the cup of life was one of the cornerstones of stopping Corona as we've seen in Iran. Now the same thing is happening across the planet. Different nations are using it. Chinese government has extensively is using it for what they call the control of the Corona. We have offered the same to European and American government, and they're waiting for the confirmation from the Iranian universities and hospitals for implication. 4 million people in the United States are contaminated officially. And as we've seen this week, we announced many, many times that the figures released by governments are not real, is much more. And we saw the Iranian President Ayatollah Rouhani of Iran in the past days announced Iran has in excess of 25 million contaminated people with Corona, and it'll build up to 35 million in coming weeks. The reason for this announcement is very simple. At the cellular level, the contamination is that. That's what we said in Wuhan city. That's what we said happening in China and in Iran. But what they are trying to control is the statistic on the number of tests done. Over 1 million Iranians have used the Keshe Foundation, one cup, one life, and they never went to the hospital to become part of the statistic. For this reason, we see, as we discussed with our team in Iran, the position of Ayatollah Rouhani is very clear. Opening a new door, and with it, announcement of the discovery of the Keshe Foundation technology, not only to return back the nation back to itself, but be prepared for the extension of the new evolution. What this means, Iran is fully contaminated. Half of the Iranian population carries Corona. Most probably the same as we announced with the Chinese. And the same as we've seen with other countries, a lot of corona cases is covered under the heart attack, internal bleeding, and everything else, because this way they can stop the panic. The teaching of today is divided in two parts. Around about 11:45, we'll stop teaching and the discussion starts amongst the knowledge seekers. Around about 11:05, we come back in and we start the teaching about the whole structure of the cup of soul, why we taught you, and how what we teach, what we explain in the first part becomes crucial for us in the second part. What we see is the next step in the damage limitation of the corona. We have seen the shortage of electronics and hardware across Western world due to lack of shipment and production in China. As I said, the lack of product is as many people have died in China. We know why. We know does not matter what governments try to cover, we are at the edge of it. Many of you ordered the pads. Many of you been waiting for pads to arrive. You were supposed to receive the pads you ordered about 7th of February, sometime mid-February. We received the last batch last Friday, 6 months later. The company which produces for us with number of 150, 100 plus workers had only 10 turned up for work. And in every means and shape, they are trying to cover their orders. We see the same thing across other sections of the Keshe Foundation and China. Therefore, China has been much harder than what is in public, as we said. We've seen the lack of products. As the head of the Keshe Foundation was explaining, it's not just that. Shops are not importing because there are no customers. And at the same time, there are no much money to buy. And a combination of this will lead to one thing. In the past weeks, I've made a visit to a number of major stores in Europe. Food and hardware and electronics. We see, as I used to travel around in 90s and 80s, a characteristic development of shortage of stock. Shortage which is very nicely covered, not to show, but if you've been in a retail business, stands right out in front of you. I used to be owning a chain of retail stores. I know this game more or less for 20 years. If you walk in with the professional eyes, you see different story than you see people passing in the shops. We see very much Russian style repetition of goods as the goods are becoming short. Some nations like United Kingdom, some nations like France and Germany have a longer backup because of the number of the population. And as we've seen, most of the chain stores, branded chain stores, are and have no more hardware sections, where hardware was more than 50% of their taking. It means the crunch has started. In the food section, we see shortages and repetition of filling old stock with a new. This gives a warning to us, gives a warning to me, and this is one of the reasons I'm pushing with the rapid changes. We have lost through Corona the spring and summer season. Most of the nations, no one was there to plow the land or field. We see this as part of those who were sitting there to be benefited by it. They see it as a time. Coming in September, October, November, the shortages and governments trying to stay in power will bring lineage, which means they lean to those who say, if you want rice, if you want grain, this is the condition. We control nations through food. As a person who is well connected to national and international food security in over 30 years, I know what the next step is. You want not to have revolutions, you want not to have uprising, you want not to have other things. This is our condition. Handover of the government, terms and conditions which suits us, not you. IMF is being replaced, World Bank is being replaced by green and health protection. And I see the same thing, the same negotiation of handover of power when we corner you. I used to be, as many of you know, part of the British negotiation for Northern Ireland. And in that process, we negotiated very calm and collectively, not only Northern Ireland peace, but handover of the Church of England, step by step, back to Vatican, the same condition. It was not just only Northern Ireland we took back in the hand of the Vatican. We took the British monarchy and the Church of England. Go to Times and independent letters, newspapers in England, and you understand. Very silently, British monarchy handed over Henry VIII's rule back to Vatican. And the Queen had to sign to it, to hand over for to stay the Queen. Now we see the same structure, as we are wise men and been through it, that'll be pushed on humanity. Nations to be handed over, to be run by one group. Control the food, control energy, and they can stand and own a slaughter of up to 50% of the world nations. They have no problem. Soon will repopulate, and soon will be back in controlling everything under one banner. When I walked through the shops, I could see that fingerprint. There is going to be a shortage of food, and they have all the excuses for it there. There will be shortage of raw materials, and they have all excuses for it there. When I see empty trays of sugar and salt, when I walk around and see fruits are picked much earlier than they were, because whatever is has to bring economy back into paying, this gives all telltale sign of a very big evolution and revolution. It's not in one shop, it's not in one country. United States is suffering the same as the rest of us. For this reason, I brought in the cup of soul last week. This week and the following weeks, the way you use the cup of man, the way you use the cup of life, and the way you use one cup, one life, we bring to the teaching one drop, one life. Which means the mankind will gradually move to be out of the shackles of food and energy control. We are leading the technology into feeding nations. One drop, one life. Which means by few drops, you have enough to feed your energy. You have enough that you do not become a slave to what we call food and life. Many of the Keshe Foundation supporters over past years have tested it. number of knowledge seekers, especially in China, went on eating and not doing anything else. And in that process, we need to understand how to overcome, how to develop, how to protect ourselves. For this reason, today we bring in the second part, the teaching of the structure of the use of all the ganses you've done for feeding the mankind through the soul of the man. For the first time, we set out the structure and understanding of the soul of the planet, where through the solar planet, which is the nearest to you, leads to life for you in the universe. Which means you will use the energies which are surplus and available to create a condition to feed yourself through the soul, or if need be, through physicality. The new knowledge which will be released today, we will cover the totality of the structure where the mankind will start living independent of what we call planet Earth. Independent of resources, independent of what they were planning to bring into operation. In trying to reach the point faster by the whole of human being, that what is planned to slave human race will become to an end. You all know, you all have developed the cups, you have used it to save your lives. Now we show you the start, not storing food in the, what we call in the cellars and the basements and everywhere else. They start learning much more about the use of the technology, that you can create combination of the gases, that it gives you the variety in emotion, in essence of reaching the totality of the structure. In essence, mankind will move to the next step. As of today and in the coming weeks, we concentrate into the space development, understanding of the totality of how we're going to live in this space without food, that we can do the same much faster on Earth. We start what we call one drop, one life, one drop, one food. Every session, a few drops of anything will become the energy you need. Man shall not kill anymore, as the collection of the energies and fields available to you will become part of you, will become part of what you gathered and you want to gather for living. In so many ways, mankind will become very, very independent of all what is needed for it to be, and in so many ways, it will become part of the life of man on this planet. We will learn a new dimension. We will learn a new understanding. We will learn that the totality of what we call humanity does not need to be on the basis of destruction, on the basis of totality of understanding of the knowledge of universe will allow us to be able to live a comfortable life. And in that process, we cut through what has been planned for humanity. It was very important for you to see matters like gases of CO2, like gases of CH3, And now we see we need to know more. This way, for the first time, you build that trust. When we explain to you that the soul has no dimension, and when we put the system into test, what do you have seen? This is what you see if you run a proper cup of soul. We specifically put a cup under the center, on the soul of the system. And what we see? Nothing. But the reality is, if the copper, the zinc and copper, and everything else which is on the physical strength of the matter of the man created the ganses, how come when we use the strength of the soul of the man, we collect nothing? How come? Now we see empty cup, but in essence, full of life. Those of you who you set up the cup of soul, this is what you have to see in the dimension of the cup. Will not produce matter, and if you do, there is something in your structure, you become too physical. Do not forget, the cups you make is a replication of your soul, behavior, understanding of the creation. You remember in Eindhoven I showed empty box of universe. This is the empty box of the soul of the man. When you created all the ganses, you had all the materials. How come this time is not? Another question to ask yourself, how come I knew so directly where it comes and which material to use? The knowledge is free, but the application and implication of it brings new dimension. Now you have to believe, as you saw the ganses in other cups, there is a soul in this cup. When we gave the knowledge, the Arizona team worked relentlessly. The team of the Keshe Foundation tried to find the strength of the soul of the man. And many times, many things were discussed. A group came with iodine. Another group came with something else. But if you consider your ganses, or if you consider your material which you used here, 63 to 65, 2 plates and a spring with a soul, 126, 128. Now you understand how you have reached the soul level. How you have reached the energy of understanding of the creation of the physicality of the man. Now, maybe you can understand where we are heading to and where we are heading for. Now you have to trust emptiness, exactly how you trust your existence or your soul within the structure of your brain. what is going to be? For the first time, you see an empty cup. Do you believe there is something in it? Or do you understand there is something in it? Do you believe in completion of the cycle, where the energies within this cup can create the dimension of physicality if we apply it? If you remember, when I taught you the cup of man, we did not do anything. We did not explain anything. We kept away from teaching you to touch the cup of man. Today, we teach you why we kept you away. Because you had half of the structure. And you would not have seen the glory of the knowledge, the beauty of the knowledge. And in that process, today I teach you how. The way you have to set up the structure. How you can use the totality of the whole structure of the knowledge of the cups. Many of you, as you've seen, the Iranian team delivering the, what we call the cup of life to tens of thousands of Iranians and saving their lives, or they made it themselves, has brought a new understanding for humanity. We need to follow the same. We teach you today how, in the time of trouble, when they want to, in a way, control, you feed yourself through the dimension of your soul to the physicality. The process has to be understood fully, not half. Do not start deviation that with the other cups you did and cause mayhem. This, we ask you to stick to it strictly close. Don't elaborate. Don't try to explain something else. Don't add to what you don't understand. If you could understand, you've done so by now. The new knowledge released today is on the basis that the man will be fed in the space travels of the future. Not only for the physical dimension, but for understanding of the emotion and the soul of the man. And in that process, we set up, and we have set up, a structure that can be used on emergency by all the Keshe Foundation supporters, adding to over 200 to 300 million of you. In a way, we are heading what is to come much more in advance, that the knowledge is in public, and maybe we add this knowledge to what we call the publication to come. In so many ways, we have to be prepared, not this time by cans and bottles and jars, but equipped with the knowledge. the knowledge that you take the energy of the cups and through your emotion transfer it to what you like it to be. And that will be what you receive at that energy level. We saw this done by Alex with the orange and the rest some years ago. Now we come to the same point, the same position. Now the energy you take from what we call the cup of universe, which is the planet Earth for itself, the energies which the man needs to overcome most of illnesses, most of knowledge. Those of you who make the correct way of this system will be enlightened to a much deeper knowledge of the universe. But at the same time, the reality is how much of it are you prepared to accept, as many of you break through the knowledge very rapidly. Where you can live without food, where you can understand the totality without actually going to anywhere. Part of this development in the coming weeks will be, for example, understanding of languages. The way you received energy at the level of the calcium, there is a possibility and can be shown that the GAN system in a cup of soul and in a cup of universe can allow you to learn languages in a rapid way. You carry emotion, and every emotion has a strength. Now, the way this system is set, and the way we show you, opens that opportunity. Many of you walked away with Corona, and many of you will walk away with what is planned. And this is the only way that we can change. This is the only way that mankind can put in hand the totality of the knowledge for himself and beyond. The plants, the animal kingdom, the life we have shown above us on this planet. We go through to 11:15, as I said, and around about 15 minutes or so after we come back on. I'll leave it to be as part of the structure on a discussion for Rick to handle. And then we start the teaching on what we call the cup of universe, or the cup of earth. And then please follow very, very closely the instruction. Do not deviate from what is going to be taught. And then we'll see how you will respond. Build the cups. Build them methodically. Build them in a way that has to be. And then take gases from them. And then, let's save mankind from a lot of things which is planned for it, where if we bring this out rapidly and spread around this planet rapidly, the biggest plan to save mankind will hit the wall. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I'll remind the attendees here in the Zoom meeting that they can raise their hands and we can allow you to speak and ask a question. I do have a couple of questions in the Q&A. Danilo says, hello, Mr. Keshe. Could you please talk about the creation of the soul?
creation of the soul is discussed and is getting written in the book of soul in detail. This is the part which comes from pen of the what we call the soul, which has been accepted as a woman, and in a very fine step by step, as I explained before. If you go back to, if you can play that intro where it says, what do you think about your soul? If you can have that during the intro, maybe when we come to the second part, we'll bring open a lot of things. How you care, what you give to your children. Now you have to understand what you put with your children, the children of the soul. In so many ways, we have extended it the way the new soul writes, where it comes from. Because a mother has to teach to the child. When the child asks, where does the chicken come from? And mother has to have a knowledge. Cannot say, as the British women do, from supermarket, where you give it to an African woman, she showed them how it's made, where is the chicken and how it comes to be. The knowledge has to be done. And in this process, the new soul, in teaching the totality of understanding, will explain to you. We try to finish this book as fast as possible, that it can be in hand, that we are ready before all these things to start. You will see it today yourself, that how come you've been making ganses for over 10 years in public. How come for the first time you make no matter? How come your cup of gas is empty? Now you understand. I could have taught you this years ago, but it was not the time. Now is the time. Now that you have learned about the soul, you dictate what is going to be in that cup. The beauty of it is a transparent glass. Nothing can be hidden. You will see when you connect all the cups together. Now you will produce different color of gases according to your emotion, according the truth to you, to yourself, to the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. Now you understand where we're going. And in so many ways, we have to teach this way. We had to bring the teaching forward by nearly 2 years. Because I saw the criminality written all over. When I walked into the shops, and I went from one shop to another. It's a big plan. And if you listen to the President of Ghana speech, which we left you some weeks ago, he read what the plan is. Numbers does not matter. They use hunger and riots for control. We have seen people on the streets rioting out of hunger and trying to control in Wuhan city. Mass executions. We have videos of it. On the banner of contamination. Listen and read the new book to be published, because it has to be done correctly. And as I've seen the first paragraphs and chapters that are written, not by me, but through what we call the second half and the creation, It explains beautifully. It's written in the word and the language of a mother, a woman. And it has to be understood that way. Then you understand when we say the completion of the cycle. The singularity of the Creator is over. Everything will be done in tandem. And as man has, so the Creator has to be equal in understanding the needs of his people, the need of his creation, and sharing of the knowledge to that level. Soon you will understand. It's a very sweet book. I've read and I'm co-writing the other part of it. But most of my job in regarding to soul has been taught in the past 2 years. And bless his soul, Sandor has collected a lot of it. We have a compilation of the soul teaching, more of it, most of it. The other part will be added, and hopefully next few months will be published.
Mr. Keshe, there's a question, where can we get the physical books?
The physical Farsi book sells in Iran, the Keshe Foundation does. The physical book we have, we most probably have to produce in small numbers outside in a number of countries, because as you know, we have over 9,000, 10,000 books, which are what I call confiscated by the Belgians. They've been fully paid, and as usual, we've seen how this nation works. Deception is part of their art. And they took 24,000 to deliver the books, and they said no, now they're not delivering, they just want to take the money. We asked the lawyers, and our lawyer says there is the crown sitting behind it, more or less. That's the same problem we have already with the Kingdom of Belgium. But we're trying to, now we established the first book in Iran, we received the license. Most probably we publish all the books in Iran from now on, hard copies. This gives the needed income for the Keshe Foundation in Iran to establish spaces. Now we received the first part, we can ask the Iranian government to issue us license for the English version to be printed in Iran and distributed to Iran. Just give us a little bit of time. We have the books, we have paid for it, but the bandit leadership in bandit nation of Belgium does its own way. We have finished with this nation in so many ways, but there won't be a nation called Belgium very soon anyway. The Federation of Belgium will replace the Kingdom of Belgium as we see it very soon. Any other question?
We have a couple of hands up, and one of them belongs to John Blevin. So I think he would like to go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. This is John in Arizona.
Hi, John. Good morning. Good evening to you. How are you?
Oh, I'm good, thanks.
I see your center is coming up beautifully.
Yes, it is.
Would you, I don't dare to ask you, would you like to share some? Let it be, then we show it when it's finished.
Give me one more week.
One more week.
Pictures I have are kind of right in work process. In the week, we'll have stuff to show that'll be a lot prettier.
For those of you who know, the Keshe Foundation Enhancement Center in Arizona blueprint of its what we call center will become a blueprint for all the Keshe Foundation Enhancement Centers around the world. We replicate it, it's beautifully done, it's really designed. And And we hopefully use as a blueprint for all the enhancement centers which are opening around the world. Carry on, John.
So my question is, the GANs of iodine, I
Yes.
know it contains a lot of isotopes. Is that too strong for the human body?
I want to explain to you something in a very simple way. Iodine is the level of the essence of the fields of the emotion, not the soul. Am I clear now? So when you have many isotopes, as everything is so close, laughter, joy to tear and anger. So different isotopes, strength, plasma, magnetic gravitational field could explain the position and the strength of that isotope for a given emotion. So for the first time, maybe you understand a little bit more. I know you did a lot of work in the Keshe Foundation, Arizona research with all the systems you set up. But in so many ways, we need to understand the totality of the work and understanding of the essence of the work.
That explains a lot.
Good morning.
I noticed that it did impact emotion.
Pardon?
I noticed that it did impact emotion, but I didn't really understand if it was a soul or emotion that was going on, what was going on.
Now you understand.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Stay there, John. Don't go away. You've done a lot of work over past years on this. And explain to us what you see now, you understand this from your experiments.
So I shared with you one of the reactors that we created.
Yeah.
It was a dynamic reactor. I put the cup 1 and cup 2 on the bottom layer of the 3 reactors, and on the top layer I put iodine, the GANs of iodine in the top, and in the center I put a crystal. So what I was trying to do is capture the field plasma and hold that field plasma within that crystal. But after I had this setup running for, let's say, 2 days, one of the people that was in the close proximity to this energy field, I shared with her that we measured the energy field, and it actually encompassed not only my area but their area also. So it was a big field of about 20 feet all the way around, and it went completely, through walls, through the front of the building. It actually went outside the building. But what happened was that this other person who's in the office, the fields were so strong for them, they came back the next day and said, they looked at me and said, what did you put in that thing? Because I was an emotional wreck last night. And I explained that all of her pent up emotions and such that she was carrying with her were were able to come to the surface. So it was kind of like a clearing for her. I asked another person in the office, and they didn't give any input one way or the other. For myself, I noticed the energy fields. I feel them with my hands, but because I've been around so much GANs, you know, and so many of the energy fields, they kind of, at this point, it's just more energy fields for me. I mean, it's nothing that changes my emotions like it would for somebody that's felt them for the first time. So that was kind of one of the things that we noticed.
But can you explain more to us, how did you set up the first system?
So I set it up where all of the bottom reactors had 3 balls in them. One empty, one, the middle ball, I put, okay, so I went back to, I think it's teaching 115, and there was some talk about how you needed a radioactive element of selenium in the equation. And what I did was I put iron, because iron was close to, I hope I'm saying it right, selenium. Or was it? No, it wasn't selenium, it was cesium. So it was like it was feeding the reactors. And then I put in the third ball, I put the cup of life. And I did something similar with the cup 2, where I put a drop of calcium or a little bit of calcium, the amino acids, and the iron GANs. And then in the top ball, where I put the iodine, I figured that the iodine would bring in the cesium element, and I put the cup of life the cup of man, in the combination of the cup of man in the top ball, in one of the top balls. So there's 3 of them, a feeder, and then the other materials. I'm kind of going from memory, but that's kind of the gist of what was in the setup. Because you had mentioned one time that by using, that we needed to have cesium to feed the system, and I looked at where cesium fell, and because iron carries isotopes, it was close enough where I figured I was getting the isotopes from the iron.
You did some tests a couple of years ago when in discussions you understood the soul.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you go back to those? Because you came very near to it. But you saw the iodine or as the energy of the soul.
So what we did was we had a 5 reactors, and I'm kind of going from memory, but we put CO2 with aminos, copper oxide, zinc, iron, and I think that was it. Maybe one other. So I put these 5 reactors around the outside, calcium around the outside. And then I put in the center, I had captured some neutrons and I put salt water around the outside and to capture the energy fields of these reactors that were spinning. So this ball, if you think of this bowl, is in the center, and then I put a glass in the center of the bowl, and I had a reactor coming down into this glass, but it was at the elevation of the water, and it was the neutrons that were captured by utilizing the H1 and H2, or hydrogen and deuterium, and in having 2 reactors of those on either side with salt water in the middle. So that's how, and I was calling that GANs, the GANs of the soul. And I think that when we added up the equation, it actually came up to higher than the 127. But it was very energetic. And then we utilized that, some of that GANs material in some of our other experiments where we put it in plasma fields.
I think when it came to, in the second part, as I have to disconnect for about 15 minutes, we're moving to a new location. You can carry on explaining more. You're one of the experts in this part, or we go to the head of what we call the structure of it after the teaching. And we can leave Rick and Stanley to cover part of this time till we come back online. And then we go into depth about the real structure of the cup of life, real structure of cup of man, real structure of cup of soul, and then the structure of the cup of earth, and then in the coming time, the structure of cup of universe. And with it, we cut out a lot of problems which has been set up for humanity to control. And with it, we will change a lot of things for a lot of you. Remember one thing, that the whole work of the Keshe Foundation is to bring comfort and peace. And as you know, it's been one of the bad habits of us as knowledge seekers. We gave everything to the governments first, that then they don't have an excuse that they are different. So in this process, again, we give everything to the governments. and we'll wait and see how they process. And they haven't processed much in the past 20 days, actually 14 days, which gone. And so my time limit of 14 days is over. Is for you lot to start protecting yourself and your families and your loved ones, and bringing the new technology into open for yourselves. And as hopefully in the next few days, the Iranian officials announce the discovery of the new technology through plasma, then you become the teachers of your own people, language, district. And as we saw, some of you with our experience, when you learned it, when you come under focus, you will call yourself the new prophet. You brought the science to the Keshe Foundation, and all the hypocrisies which we have seen in the past by those who thought a meager part of the knowledge is totalitarian. And many claims we have seen they have made. Stay humble. If, as deliverer of the knowledge, we have no claim and the humbleness of it belonging to everyone, then you look at your own real structure, your own understanding, your own comprehension of what I call the power of existence and the knowledge. Ready to go?
Okay. We have
And
some,
give me 15 minutes. We have to relocate because process of understanding is very simple. The process is, as I explained last time, I explained more in detail. We are created out of the rays within the center of the universe. Interaction and reduction in the strength and division by the strength in certain strength fields, in collection of the totality of the expansion of the universe, some energies, some dynamic fields have come together. Over billions of years, these fields lead to the creation of what we call the sun. Plasma gathers together. The same process repeats again because the sun is the same as the energy center of the universe. Now, the heavier, the larger amount of the energy which is collected in this span of the universe, we call the sun, that it radiates out, does the same thing again. Radiates its fields out, and in interaction with the fields of itself, leads to creation of planet. In that process of the creation of planet, the same process happens again. In the interaction of the fields of the Earth with its environment and cooling and exchange with the strength of the other things in the environment of the space of the solar system, leads to creation of man. Cell, matter state. And that itself, in coming together and slowing down in certain ways, as we call, leads to another sun. We call the soul of the man. This is the truth about the life and creation of the man. If the soul of the man can understand and absorb and be correct with his conduct, he can become the strength of the fields and carry the strength of the field of the planet which came to his creation. And if the soul can understand with the same process, can interact, can be correct, can absorb with itself the totality of the strength of what it needs, it shall become the sun. And then the same soul has the energy that it can absorb within the solar system, within the galaxy, shall become the center of the universe. Earth, we call it the rain, come from, goes back to. In the solar system, we call it planetary system. We come from the rays, we become the planet, and we go back to the mother. the same thing happens with the galaxies, with the solar systems, which they get absorbed back in and they chewed up back into the universe. The life process of existence in the universe is the same. It doesn't matter what exchange and what extent. So, what is the man fighting for? Why do we fight for something which has come from the point of the creation, and in the process it goes back to creation? The soul of the man, as the energy of the earth, gives the face of the man, the face of the earth, and that process is the same for the soul of the man. Our soul, in reduction in strength, in interaction with the emotion of the field of the environment, leads to manifestation of the existence of the man. But once it's completed, does it need the face? Or can it be and becomes free from it, what we call the soul of the man, be free and detached from its existence? Our soul is part of the process of the creation. The key to one question, who man shall be in the future, to be answered. As we saw the sun became the earth, and as we saw the earth became man's soul, what would be the destiny of the soul of the man now becomes free at the point of departure from physicality? Would it become the sun for creation of another life, or many lives, or correction of lives? This shall be, and this is how it happens. When you create a soul which is not correct, which is misconduct by itself, cannot give, you lead to the creation of this next cycle of creation, which has started the wrong way, the wrong strength. This is one thing the man has never understood. You become the creator of another universe, another cycle. This is what you have to judge within the structure of the soul of the man. What would I like that cycle to be? In the physical life, we create children. In the dimension of the life of the soul of the man, what that soul will create. If man has thought up to now, that's it, my end, my point, when the die is finished, there's as much fallacy that when the sun is destroyed in any shape or form, there shall be nothing left. But we know the part of the sun becomes part of the galaxy and becomes part of new life. So shall be the soul of the man. Judgment of the man has to be according to what he sees the future his soul can conduct to be. The day of judgment is for the man, not in front of the Creator. That what my soul judges to be and what shall create. Man never understood and shall never understand till can solve this dilemma within itself. The reality is very, very, very real. And that is, as we've seen, the energy of the galaxy become the sun, the energy of the sun has become the earth, and the energy of the earth has become the soul of the man. so shall be the soul of the man, which is the energy itself, another cycle of life. How can you change when you don't understand? How can you change the process of understanding if you do not understand the process of the creation? Do we need to extend the understanding of the man that what is the future he brings? We care about our children, what education they get, what they wear, how happy they'll be, where they sleep. Now the man has to be careful and consider, what life shall my soul create? Because those are the children of your soul. As we see, the rays of the sun has become a planet and 7 million children of it. 7 billion unlimited, which is growing. So the soul of the man will go through the same process. How many billions and subdivisions and sub-matter state of the physicality of the man your soul shall create? Would it be the soul of wars and conflict and forever killing? Or would it be the soul of this, let's say, solar system, which is peaceful? This is the truth and the reality about the soul of the man. First of all, as I said many times recently, we never understood that the soul of the man is within the structure of the man. And now that we understood, we understand on departure from the physicality of the man, the same process will carry on as it did for a star, a planet. And the soul of the man becomes the energy source, a higher order, which itself leads to the creation. It becomes the star, it becomes the center of the new cycle of creation. This is what the human race has to understand. The cycle actually starts from the point of death and not finishes at the point of death. In so many ways, if one understands, is as the dust, specks of dust came together to make the earth in the solar system, so has the specks of the atoms has come to be the creator of the man. And the essence of the creation of the specks of dust on the solar system has led to the creation of man. So shall be the fields from the soul of the man which lead to creation of another cycle of life. What kind of life man would like to have to be created by the soul? This is the day of judgment. This is what man never understood. Now you have to understand. You have no choice. Up to today, you were not aware of it. From today, you are aware of it. You are responsible for it. Your conduct has to be to elevate your soul. That in elevating the soul, what you become the creator of stands correct in the conduct of the senses. We don't give fairy tale. This is the truth. But as you've seen, the process does not stop with one sun. The cycle carries on. It's very interesting in how humanity now knows in fact to handle it. It'll take decades for man to understand, and then you understand those who become the tools of war, the tools of conflict. They have nothing to start with. They have to become the dust in the solar system of the others till the day they learn more, as they cannot create a new cycle through their own soul. This is the elevation of the soul of the man, to be part of the creation of a beautiful life for the next cycle. When you don't have it, you have to become another cell in the body of the structure of the bigger, for you to be just there that it can done when you could have been the soul of the man. They say, do not create fear. I give you the point of love for creation. If you cared about your children on this planet to have the best, your true children come out of your own soul in the coming time. How would you like to educate them? How would you like to be when you are in conflict with yourself and the cause of so much mayhem? This is the truth, and the man will take a long time to understand, as now that we understand the soul of the man is the operator for the creation of the future extent of the life of the man. Whatever is gathered by the soul at the end becomes his point of reference of his own creation of his own dimension. But the strangest thing is, what he creates from his soul shall become the creator of the other souls. This is the beauty about the creation, and one understands it, understands no limitation.
Okay, we are back live with the 338th Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday, July 23rd, 2020. And Keshe is back on board here.
Yes, thank you very much. We need the time to move and to shift around some of the things. You might hear a little bit of noise, but as usual, when we are not in location. As part of the teaching, as we started last week, and becomes part of our work, that we can see more, we understand more, I need to be able to share, please. Rick, Stanley.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. We go to a very in-depth understanding of the cups. I draw it in the way that has to be done, and in a way that try to explain a lot of things with it. What will be interesting is how you follow. We started with cup of life, with nano-coated and non-nano-coated copper and a zinc plate. Then we added the cup number 2. Again, with copper nano-coated and non-nano-coated. In the teaching, we taught you the cup of soul with copper, all nano-coated. Sorry, with the zinc. Then we showed you the cup of copper, nano-coated, non-coated flat. Let's do a small correction. That you all know exactly where we are. But these are all nano-coated. Copper, zinc, and this one is not nano-coated. Here, everything is nano-coated. What we always said is that we connect the 2 outside and the 3rd one inside in connection and conjunction with a wire. We connected the same way, the 2 outside, to 1 inside with the same system. We did the same thing with this one. We connected the 2 outside and the 1 inside with the same connection. And we did the same thing with the same 2 outside and 1 inside with a connection. If you look, as human body is a combination of the copper, structure, physicality, and the GANS waters which you used and created. In this process, we have connected all the nano-coated together. And so many ways, we have to put it this way. Now you see a structure which has a different meaning. You see if you stuck it, number 1 is the soul of the man, which is on the top. Then you have the soul of physicality, which is number 2. Then you have the physicality of the man, which is number 3. And then you have the soul of the inertia of the planet, which is copper-based. This life is isolated. To be complete, to be the soul of the man within the structure of the planet, there is a need for the 4th cup, the 5th cup, which this 5th cup has a specific characteristics. The magnetic gravitational field of this planet is based on iron. So you need an iron. You have the copper and you have the zinc. All have to be nano-coated. Now you bring the structure of the soul of this planet, the way it interacts with life of the man, which with it brings the creation of the soul and emotion of the man. So your picture, in a way, let's change this slightly to a different color, that we keep our process the same. You have the ingredient up, which with it brings the soul of planet. Now, what you collect and what you might add as different salts, materials, will dictate in what you will receive is near enough to the replication of your life, what you need, as these have to be stacked up exactly as it is. Don't forget, we do not change. These have to be, I do apologize, there is a slight correction in these, because I know you lot look for everything. You have the copper, you have the iron, and you have the zinc. Notice how all the plates are positioned like the backbone of the human being, the spine. Or you look at the emotional side, which comes through the same structure. And one of the most important parts you will notice is that your materials now produced will be totally different than when you had a cup of man, or you had a cup of life, or you had other cups. You will not produce the same ganses. Your ganses color will change. You will see new colors, because now you have set up in that direction the work which is need to be done according to what the love of man is for the love of his creator. This way you shine down, and this way you rise from the horizon of the man. And in this process you have brought in the gravity. In this process you have brought inertia. In this process you brought the physicality of the man. In this process you brought what we call the soul of the man, and in this soul of physicality of the man, I should say, and in this you brought the soul of the man. This system is the replication of totality of the life of the man. What you saw we shared before, the cup sits here. The cup sits here. The cup sits here. Because it's the inertia of the copper which gives physicality to the man. Now, you have cup of life with the soul of the cup per cell. You have the cup of life here with the physicality of the man. You have created the soul of the man's cup. You have created the inertia, and you have created the gravitational magnetic field of the planet according to the three essential elements of the life in the physical dimension. Where the zinc makes your lung and your brain, iron makes your blood, and copper makes your physical dimension of muscles. In a way, and in the process of how you choose your, what I call salt water, will dictate the emotion and the dimension of the physicality. If you take gases from any of these cups, one drop of it, if you have done it the correct way, will feed you for 1 day. If your intention and soul is to support illness with the cup of 1 and cup of 5, you will elevate the soul of the man, because you eliminate the inertia and physical condition. You use the physical free fields of the planet to create that condition of elevation for the soul. You have a physical condition which is psychosomatic. You use cup number 2 and cup number 3 gases. You have problem with the structure, what we call conversion or evolution. You use 4 and 5, and depends which evolution has taken place, use cup number 2 or 3. This is to get rid of the inherited diseases. But you have to understand, every part of this has to be understood, because there is millions of combinations to this. And there is one thing, and the most important thing is that you're the man, you're the creator of it. In the process of creation, you have established every dimension. Maybe now we have solved the mystery of creation. In the future teachings, we will elaborate on those below and those above. I think this teaching today brings man to be able now to use the true condition of ganses for elevation of the solar. If you understand. There are some, I know a lot of you are gonna ask a lot of things about the connections and corrections. Maybe we do this way that you are happy with your works. Just do very clean-cut job that you all understand. Use this knowledge to overcome hunger, disease. Use this knowledge to elevate your soul. Use this knowledge to be able to work through the soul. That in a way, if you look at it, it's very simple. With this, you cover the totality of the man. With this, if you understand, can overcome corona or any other virus or any other disease in space, where by creating the right condition for the soul, you support the whole of your understanding, the whole of the structure, the whole of physicality. The teaching is not complete. It's far from complete. The teaching has just begun. The teaching has just structured itself to the new understanding of the soul of the universe. We just graduated. Maybe if you understand the totality of it, from the nursery of the knowledge of the universe. Maybe if you understand the totality of it, maybe man can enter the first class. Then you can see there's a long way to get to the top and the PhDs. Even this, to get to this level, with all the help brought, it's taken millions of years for man to educate and elevate. Maybe we have entered a new dimension in the essence of the knowledge of mankind. Maybe in the future, the human race will find a solution, will find a way out for itself, for the citizen of this planet, and a way to become part of the universal community. In that process, mankind has to do two things. And that is to transfer knowledge unconditionally, to transfer knowledge without any hesitation. How many of you have put your life at risk to take gases to another man who's sick, to another woman with a child who cannot move from the house because they're coronavirus, and you've seen them days later on the street living a normal life? That's the gift that you have brought. As one of the knowledge seekers said in one of the recent teaching, what have we done? There's nothing. Nothing has been done. A lot has been done. You have taught the knowledge, and those who understood it have increased it and developed it to help the others. The knowledge seekers have become the cornerstones of the knowledge. New knowledge, understanding of the new, which even the governments and scientists cannot understand. But it works. It works immensely. When we watch the rulers of nations cover themselves in gases to escape deaths, and they receive and they see the result. When we see people who are in position of power come and ask for application of the new technology for Corona. You have tested cup number 2 and 3. We told you for a long time, don't touch cup number man, which is the combination of 2 and 3. Now you can go to the cups and decide in which part and each essence you want to take, and try to feed yourself and see how you can stand the onslaught of hunger. Do not drink in gallons, try with drops. But don't forget, there are many combinations to this. Before the break, I asked John, specifically for this reason. When we lost everything now. We lost everything. Okay.
I think Stanley was sharing there, so perhaps when you reshare, it'll have we see a new screen there now.
It's okay. Somehow I don't get my usual thing. No, we don't see it. It's okay, no problem. It's there. You have it on the records. But let's look at what was taught last week. We came to the cup of the soul of the man. And now we know we have put a cup and we collect nothing but transparency. Look what John was telling us. This is the physicality of the man in zinc. This is the dimension of matter physicality of the man with the planet in the strength of the zinc. This is the interaction of the emotion field of the zinc. What do you get? Don't forget, these are all nano-coated. 126 to 135, 140, below and above. Iodine recovery. But there is an addition to this, is the totality of this, which is that 63 plus 63 plus 63. Or even you go with 65. 189, 195, and above. Depending on the isotopes of nano coated on the zinc plate, you get the emotion. In totality, you get and reach near enough to, and in a combination of order of magnitude to the strength of the soul of the man. Where you have covered the physical essence of emotion of the cell, you have covered the physical emotion of the totality, interaction of the field of the soul of the man of physicality. And in a way, you have covered the totality of the field of emotion with a soul, which means in the field interaction of these with the soul of the man, you find what the soul shares with the body of the man. Somewhere between this area. That's the male part of the right. Doesn't matter. In the essence of the creation, in the totality of the dimension, on don't forget, when you want to travel the span of the universe through the soul, the universal soul, the strength of the universal soul comes into your position yourself with respect to the cost. In the future, even you can measure to understand where, in what position your soul will take place in the universe. Do not forget, the memory of man is not made only from these 2 or 3 or whatever. There are more, and that combination will change these slightly too. You have others, as John said, radiation, radioactive materials. We have not taught the radiation at the level of the plasma yet. In essence, the system to be developed by you will bring a lot of joy to many of you. Will stop the control of man by those who set up to destroy man, those who thought they can control humanity, now that they have controlled the brain. Now, are there any questions? Don't forget, you always find the emotion, not the soul. Because the collective interaction of the emotions makes the soul.
Well, Mr. Keshe, we have a number of questions here, but I'm not sure if some of them are directly related to what you just taught here. I think you want questions to be on the on what you just taught, at least to begin with. So let's try to take some. Does anybody have a live question here first? I see we have some attendees with their hands up. So we have Alvaro and Gatwa. And I'm not sure if John still wants to talk or if he has had his hand up from before. But perhaps Alvaro could go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Keshe. Hi, Rick. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. This is a most beautiful setup. I just want to know, Mr. Keshe, if the cups must be in a vertical or in a horizontal position, please. Thank you very much.
Can you repeat that? What do you mean by horizontal?
The setup of the cups must be one on the top of the other, or one on the side of the other.
The reality is that we take the man in a vertical position, because if you put it horizontally, you have to put a cup of earth, the soul of the earth, under each cup. And then you have to put the inertia under each cup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome. Dr.
Very
Asadi
beautiful.
tried this. You're welcome. Dr. Asadi tried horizontal, and as he's a highly religious man, he pointed his system as his bed towards Mecca, that the fields of the beloved Muhammad interacts with his fields. You have to ask him, how does it feel when you go vertical or horizontal?
Yes, your line's breaking up a little bit there, Mr. Keshe, but we could hear from Gatwa now.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning, Dr. Gato.
Yeah, I'm wondering about, first of all, thank you very much for your enlightening teachings, especially this one. I have a question on the picture that you have here. When we make CO2 guns, we look at interaction between nano-coated copper, which is 59, and zinc, which is 65 to get 6, which is half CO2, half carbon. I mean half, which is the minimum you can use to pull carbon from the environment. So could you explain in details how the interaction of 3 nano-coated zinc plates gets to 126? Between 126 and 136.
63 or 65. We are not going to 70, 75. It's a random. And how the number of coils you create, can you close your microphone, somebody else please? How you connect the zinc plates, how many turns you add to it, what salinity you use, what's the position distance, all decides the outcome of what you collect here as energy of the soul. Everything now counts. Everything and everything counts. Any other question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. I'll have to listen later because I am not sure that I understood everything you said.
It'll take
thank you very
mankind
much.
thousands of years to understand fully what is here.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. In the future, mankind will computerize these things. In a way, as we said, the new computers, which are three-dimensional systems, will come into operation that can carry this kind of information. The information and emotion transfer needs new technology. The same, if you are the captain and carry such an emotion, how instantly can you make decisions at the speeds beyond several tens of thousands of orders by order of magnitude of the speed of the light? Simply to run this single cup, the present computers do not have the capacity. If you understood the picture before, excuse me, Stanley or Rick, do you have the picture of the 5 cups? If you can replace it with this one, please.
Yes.
Or put the 2 pictures next to each other if you can. If you understood the connection and operation of variety and combination of things you can put in this cup alone, will take mankind all computer capacities on this planet, even your calculators and everything else. You will not reach the answer for hundreds of years. But we see it operates within the body of the man on a daily basis. Because each combination, each structure is the existence of one cell. The color of it, the shape of it, the position of it, the emotion of it.
John Bliven has another question, Mr. Keshe.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Going back to cup 5, it was nano-coated zinc, nano-coated copper, and then another nano-coated copper, or chicken wire nano-coated?
Oh, no. Copper and zinc and iron. Iron sits in the center because on the gravitational magnetic field of this planet, iron is the magnetic field dominator. But the beauty of it, if you haven't understood, in the last cup is, how can I write? I can write on this here. If you notice in the last cup, here, you have a combination of the matter state and you have the combination of the liquid state and you have the combination of gaseous state. All 3 together is the closest replication to structure of the soul of the planet.
Would nano-coated chicken wire work?
No, you already have a zinc with the chicken copper on the other side. You already have a zinc plate in there.
Okay, one more quick question. When you talk about the drops, are you putting a drop of the material on your tongue?
Yes, you can do, or we can prepare you to do the gans of it, the water of it. But you have to understand what you're mixing is not going to be tick, tick, now we got a cup, we got a feed. It will touch your emotion. It will affect your emotion in respect to many things in a positive way. Some of you will get high on it because it's so much. You get enlightened to a new dimension of the knowledge and technology, which is within the bandwidth of the man's sort of understanding. And it walks you in talking the truth. In a way, putting yourself in a lot of problems. But this time, good problems, solving a lot of things. Man with this will enlighten to a new knowledge and technology. For those who understand the totality. As I said, now you understand what I said just in the other part. That many of you will claim you're everything which you are not, and just because you received a little bit of knowledge.
Last week you talked about the cup of the soul using 20 to 40% in a mixture. Are you now mixing some of these together?
Of course. Why do you think I'm teaching you this way, John?
You got a percentage of what the mixture should be? If the first one is 20.
Would you like me to come and feed you with it as well?
I want full recipe.
The beauty of the man is his curiosity and adventureness to understand new and develop new. Any other question? In the coming teachings, I'll teach you how to use the soul to create flight. I'll teach you how to use the soul to create combination of freedom of the soul of the man from dimension of physicality and return back to physicality. This is part of the teaching which will come with the new life. To be able to live in both dimensions, but be aware of both, not hidden from the other as you go to sleep and you travel with the soul. And when you're in physicality, you don't see the soul. When you're in the soul, you don't see the physicality. The new process is to bring everything into order. This is not just for the humanity. We are teaching the universe. The soul of the knowledge is shared, not the word of the knowledge.
Good day, Mr. Keshe.
Good day, Jalal.
Mr. Keshe, I want to point out one thing that was very beautifully cleared by you, and I think it is the point key for the knowledge seekers. It was before the break. John asked you about the iodine as using in the meta state. You said it is you are using in the emotion level, and you can go to the soul level. And what you explained just now in the second picture, in the cup of the soul, how to interact in the soul level because you are working with the fields. And my question in that time was, which one give you?
We are giving you a drum call. Nearly there. Nearly there. Carry on.
My question was in that time, which one, which interaction give you 62 and which interaction give you 68? And I think you just cleared it in this, just now in the teaching.
This is a combination. This is what I said. If the knowledge seekers understand the technology, numbers and things does not play. It's the essence you have to understand.
I think this teaching is a gift.
For those who understand, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome. The process of, as you see in both pictures, comes with the new book in details. In a way, if you understand this part, should answer you what we develop and explain in book number 8. Where did the magnetic fields come from?
Mr. Keshe, one question, please, quick. Is Mr. Keshe there?
Yes, I'm always there.
Um,
Call my name, think of my soul, I'll be there.
when we use the waters, it should be clean from the salt all the time.
There is a very big question. How are you going to clean the cup number 1? In the coming teachings, we'll teach you, now that we have to the stage and you people play a little bit, is to show you how to transfer your soul. It's needed, because those of you who take to the depth of the universe need assurance that the soul arrives at the point of destination. So you be able to make a copy of your soul that when he arrives, you can understand both dimensions. That will be the breakthrough. That will be where, for example, you sit in London and uncle have a party in New York. You can be there at the same time to enjoy both. Replication of the soul of the man will be the cornerstones of the travels of the future. You know, when you go to ultrasound testing, when the child is in the womb of the mother, we put the system on it with ultrasound and some gel, and we see the heartbeat and the leg and the arm of the baby. Now, within a structured understanding, you should be able to see your soul. See how little it is or how big it is, doesn't matter what it sits on the pressure of the fields of his universe, or what we call his brain. Any other question?
We've got quite a half dozen. We have about 6 people with hands up here, and we've got something like almost 40 questions in the Q&A. But let's keep it with the live people for now, I think. So Azar is the next person.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Mr. Keshe, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Azar.
I have a few questions. I'm a little bit confused here.
This is very easy to confuse you, Azar. There's no problem.
Okay, so with the, I just
One
want to
question.
I just wanted to clarify 2 things, if you don't mind. On the, if you look at the second and third cup, you connected the, you only connected the nano-coded one to the main connection, not the other 2.
No, because they're dimension of physicality. They're a matter state.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be connected. The other question I have, on the cup number 5, we have zinc, we have iron, we have copper, and all of them are nano-coated or just the copper?
Nano-coated.
And the iron is a pure iron?
Nano-coated. Doesn't matter. Your soul will decide.
Because
it's all nano-coated.
I have pure iron and also have galvanized iron. I can use.
You never use galvanized.
Just iron.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Dean. You could go ahead, Dean.
Good afternoon, Mr. Keshe. Thank you for taking this question, Rick. Mr. Keshe, to receive the energy of the intention, do you have to take directly from the cup?
What do you mean? You got to understand something. I think this is, maybe you have not looked at it yet, is that, how can I show this one? Let's choose this. The system has a overall energy value, cup value, the structure value, combination of different things.
From the soul cup, Mr. Keshe. So you're saying the energy is there and but non-dimensional, not in matter state. So
I don't say you can make it and see it. I showed you the cup. The Iranian team have done it. What a proof of it.
Is it thought and intention?
Maybe. You have the totality now. And if I tell you what you can do with it, I would prefer to let you lot play with a little bit. Play with the combinations.
I look forward to it, Mr. Keshe. Thank you very much for taking my question.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dean. We have Gatwa back at bat here.
This is Gatu again, Mr. Keshe. The question is, all the 5 cups, is there a recommended distance between them? That's the first question. And the second question is?
What's the distance between your neck, your heart, and your brain? Where the soul is?
I have a second question, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah.
I happen to have made the cup of soul, but I did have some guns, not a lot, but I saw some guns, which means there was some error. So I'm thinking, how about to make?
You see, wait. We're gonna wait.
Okay, okay.
You have to make the structure as it is, not the single cups.
Oh, that was the second question.
Yeah.
Would you like to leave your soul?
Would you like to leave your head in New York and your body in God knows London?
So you have to be prepared to make all the 5 cups all at once in one day and connect them.
I don't know. You can do whatever you like, but this is the structure. Do you want to keep your body outside and just play with the fields? That's your decision.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much.
Okay, perhaps you can take a question from Mark Curran.
Hello, Mr. King. Mark
Hello.
from Cape Town.
Yeah.
Prior to me asking this question, someone asked about if you must take the drop from cup, the soul cup.
Pardon?
They said, how do you actually drink the water, the plasma water from the soul cup? How do they rinse it if they cannot see the gangs? The way I see it, for instance,
You see, this is a lot of understanding which I haven't understood yet, but what you said.
No, that's what someone else asked you prior to me speaking.
Okay,
The
you
way
speak.
I
Oh,
see
they
it-
didn't understand. Yeah.
Yeah, the way I see it, you can take any combination, say 1 in 5 for disease or whatever, and if you take out of the cup in one, as on your drawing here, say 20%, and put it in a jar, and you take from the jar in 5, also 20%, you can have gains from number 5 in there. That combination will mix. You can still rinse it and get the salt out, but you'll still have the energy from 1 and 5 when the salt is all out. That's the way I see it.
This is what I showed, that the fields of everything in this cup interacts.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's the way they can do it. That's the way I see I'm going to do it.
Oh, you can do any shape or form you like. But you got to understand, some of you might see images. Some of you might see physicality in the direction of images. Some of you might feel feels within it. Some of you might hear communication with it. Now you have a structured life.
Yeah.
And then what would you imagine will happen?
Everything you need.
As we say in Hebrew, shalom. In the name of the Creator.
Yeah.
And as we say in Arabic, salam means the name of the God with grace of His honor, which means we complete the cycle, if you understand it, of the creation. But mankind's got millions of years to go before it reaches that.
I just want to also thank you for this beautiful technology. Thank you.
You're welcome. We withheld this technology deliberately till the conclusion of the matters of last week to this week. And everything is right for it to move on. You can stop addiction. You can stop many, many things if you get the combination right. Because now you satisfy the soul with energy it needs. So it does not go for anything. This is not that the addiction is completed. It means the soul has received what it needs. It's the same as the food. This is what I said to our consultants and doctors who said that we see a lot of men not having any sperm life. I said, you look at it the bad way, I look at it from technology of the Keshe Foundation. Doesn't mean now that we elevate to create children through the soul of the man. That we do not need a physical sperm. But the problem is, are we going to give a what do you call corona to the women who he wants to get married that both have nothing, so they have to use a soul dimension? We are entering a very interesting phase of knowledge. There's something interesting. If what we see, as we saw, the book is released by the Iranian government now, officially with their support, and we go into the media, and we go into the understanding of this technology, you can tell a lot of things with corona, and the number of the followers of the Keshe Foundation will reach humanity. Because once it's proven, once now that it's completed, the whole teaching of the past years become the truth, become acceptable. And then you can see the mayhem in the world of science. Would people burn the books of physics and chemistry of the past, which is falsified so much? Or would we keep the knowledge and build on it with a new understanding added to it? Everything has a time and a place, and everything has a need for understanding of the totality. Now maybe, as I said, understand why Pope said, I'll be the last Pope. The job is done. As the American wrote on the walls of the Frankfurt airport, air hangars, mission accomplished. When the Western Europe collapsed. But bigger problem for the mission start. To find a true way of living. You got to understand, if you analyze this process, you need no food, you know, no energy to worry about. You don't need to worry about medication. And then you're a physical being. What are you going to spend your time on? Don't forget, the prerequisite to be able to reach any positive, correct results as totality is acceptance of the World Peace Treaty through the soul of the man, not the pen of physicality. If you still have that intention and thing, then you have a big problem. You will not achieve it. We, in the next few minutes, the head of the Keshe Foundation and our webmaster will release the front page of the Keshe Foundation report on corona trials in Iran. The full text will be supported on a website which supports Keshe Foundation, links of the documentation. This paper, as of now, becomes national, international property of the Keshe Foundation. what we will see is, thanks to many, many works of the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers across Iran, the leading scientists in Iran, putting time and effort to make this happen. We have thanked all those as much as we knew in this report. Every citizen, every Iranian national citizen who has only way have supported to help to do something, and many, many more to be done. This is a report by a nation, not by an organization. This is one of the first time mankind on its own has released knowledge by a district, by a section of this planet. As we move from nationalism to single nation, we call into the original time of what we call Iran and the scientists who come from this region. In a very short time, you will receive another report, which is the structure and development of the space technology. We'll push with this, we develop this to its maximum by every effort with respect and cooperation of all the agencies around. I asked the American presidents and the President Xi of China to support the CEBRO, that would bring and mix the international organization that can lead to new developments and reduce unemployment, reduce the pain on the nationals and the rest. As we heard this week, the members of the European community could not agree on 750 billion cost covering how to do it with the corona damage. I wonder if they give that 750 billion to what we call their citizens who are active to develop new space technology and new understanding of the plasma. We have a very strange position with certain governments that they do not want to get involved as their means, and that means they will lose. They will lose their position. They will lose the understanding of the totality and control of what was and is, and knowledge from what we call the new understanding, from the totality. What I would like to send you, Rick, is to put this and read it. This is response of the Iranian nation and the response of the appointed negotiators with Keshe Foundation officers and sides of Khamenei of Iran. This is our response to releasing this technology so clearly and so effectively. This is a call for peace by Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran to the Americans. I've been asked on behalf of the Iranian nation and Iranian leadership to release this in public. Rick, would you like to transfer it from your secure line and read it, please?
Can I put the words up on the screen as well? Is that
yes,
okay?
Yes.
Okay, let me get that ready. Okay, good.
This is a message from the Iranian government. Not Ayatollah Rouhani, but the Iranian leadership on the banner of the Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran, that we release this. I asked specifically to be signed and we accepted that is our announcement in reading and accepted by the Iranian appointed person on behalf of Ayatollah Khamenei and the office of the Iranian leadership. We have been asked to release this document. This is in so many ways message for peace and calling of Iran for direct delivery of this technology to every human being. I'd like to thank the Office of Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran, the Iran National Defense University, who have been instrumental in releasing this, and the team of the Keshe Foundation in Iran. This is our message to the world leaders.
Okay, I'm just about to share that here. Whoops, I pushed the wrong button. There we go. Okay, let me begin. The world is in a very difficult situation, and its citizens of all races and ethnicities and religions are infected with the COVID-19 virus and imagine bad days for the future. Relying on advanced knowledge based on virus control and energy reduction theory, we are able to speed up the recovery of patients with COVID-19 virus. Using this theory and producing hydrogels based on new space plasma, we have been able to significantly treat patients with COVID-19 who have been infected with the virus at various levels. With the support of some institutions of the Islamic Republic of Iran and its people, we have been able to provide a relatively effective solution for the treatment and control of coronary heart disease. This is not a claim, and their recovery has been documented. It has been almost a week now that the scientific research article on this method of treatment has been delivered to the US ambassador to Switzerland by the research group and colleagues on behalf of the entire peace-loving nation of the Islamic Republic of Iran to be handed over to President Trump. This is a great gift from the great nation of Iran to all humanity and citizens of different nations to alleviate their pain in the face of the COVID-19 virus. The Iranian nation is a nation with as many roots as the history of humanity, a nation that is always peaceful and supports the oppressed, and has always been and will always be a supporter of the weak and oppressed in the face of difficulties. We emphasize that being aware of the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, we are sure that they too are trying with all their might to rid humanity of this disease, regardless of race, religion, or political affiliation. This is a great gift from the nation and the Islamic Republic of Iran to all human beings. The supreme leader of Iran, together with the people of his country, is one by one sympathetic to humanity and strives for world peace, a world free of violence, free of oppression and bloodshed. This gift can be a prelude to peace among mankind and a sapling for the transcendence of the human soul. It remains to be seen how the world's governments will react to this proposal. Do they respond positively with their heart? Or will they put their foot in the wrong direction with their calculating wisdom as in the past? The acceptance of the world for universal peace. It is necessary for all human beings to think of peace with their hearts, not with their calculating intellect. Listen to the light of God that is pledged in them and respect rights.
This is a delivery of the message from Iranian leadership to the world leaders. In the coming days, the application of the Keshe Foundation plasma technology will become part of the cornerstones of the Iranian health apparatus. What we will see through this technology and through this disease or virus, mankind will find a peace dividend. Mankind will find solace. And maybe we create new conditions not to work to live, but we live to work to enjoy the new developments. I salute the world leaders who take the banner of peace, and I hope the Iranian leadership will send this message in a direct way from the ambassadors to every nation. We are here to serve. We are here to see the process of world peace to be completed in the coming time.
Mr. Keshe, there was 2 more lines that I didn't see at the end there. I just put them in.
Can you put it up, please?
Yes, it's on there now. And after
we don't see it. It's been changed. The page has been taken down.
Oh,
can you put
I
the page back up, please?
Yes.
Put the whole page back up, please.
Let me reshare.
There is one thing. There is in that text. It says Switzerland. It has to be changed to Austria. The Swiss have been different. Please. Okay. Go ahead, please. What's the last two?
Yeah, the last 2 lines were after respect rights, take what you deserve and have no eye on the property. This is the only way to the excellence of mankind. That completes it better. Yes, thanks.
Thank you very much. We will endeavor. There it says Switzerland. You have to change it to Austria. It was delivered, as we said, to the ambassador of the United States. Is in Washington. Washington sits silently on it, and in so many ways, as we said, the American leadership will have to respond now that this book, this paper is out. At the same time, there's more data is getting added. There's more research papers will come out of Iran from different universities in respect to this research. And for the first time, we release an open-ended research paper publication, which means we can add into it while it's still published. It's unusual to do, but as this is the vital important to humanity, send this report, which is going to be pinned on the Keshe Foundation given links today, to all your ambassadors, all your governments, to everyone who is and has been and will be involved in this.
Mic problem?
Yes. Any other question? When you read this text, which is written to be released internationally, and with it will come another announcement with KFGL, which is the commercial arm of the Keshe Foundation, work in so many ways in the background. We release this through that press release. The text, this text will be around the world to all the governments and nations. Yes.
Mr. Keshe, Armin had his hand up earlier. I wonder if he wanted to say something or ask
Yes.
a question.
Where is he? It's an elusive man. We haven't seen him for a long time.
Are you still there, Armin? It's pretty late his time, so.
Maybe he put his hand up and he fell asleep.
No,
He
no.
managed to
I'm
open the
not
He's
microphone.
still awake. He's awake. He's awake.
Good
Hi,
morning.
Arman Jan. Good morning.
How are you?
Still alive.
Mr.
It's a
Keshe,
good thing at the moment. Yes.
I know your drawings are perfect, but I have one question. The lines that you connect, it's with nano-coated wire, or we can connect without nano-coated?
If you're connecting all the nano wires using nano coating, then you don't have conversion. And you'll find out sooner or later they'll all be nano coated by the plasma way.
Yeah.
Some people are asking whether to use the zinc wire or copper wire.
No, copper.
Copper. It's always copper for the connections, I believe.
It's
Okay.
the first time. It's the first time we hear Armin after a long, long, long time. How are you keeping, Armin?
Very good knowledge.
Everything okay?
Mr. Keshe, one more thing. Why
Yes.
we have to put a flat plate? We can do coil too.
The flat plate has a reason. It creates a barrier field force. Otherwise, your system will run out of control.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Armin.
It would be like a reflector of the fields.
No, it's a limitation of the field. Don't forget, when you put so many plates and so many coils, these plates in the total structure will behave as a coil anyway, because each one becomes like one turn. It's like, but you'll be using a composite material, not the single copper. You have a material which has a zinc, copper, and iron in it. It's an alloy, but alloy in the plasmatic field. In each of these cups, there is millions and millions of combinations. In some of them, you produce from hydrogen to copper to zinc. And in some of them, you produce plutonium and uranium field strength.
Mr. Keshe, one more question. There is no iron wire exists. It's all galvanized.
There is an iron exists. What are you talking about? Maybe in America. Oh, buy an iron piece of iron. Don't buy a steel. You look for old nails. Go around around America, the ones which are about 200 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Everywhere there's iron. Everywhere you can buy. You can buy
No, it don't have to be coiled, correct?
It's preferred to be coiled. Yes, has to be coiled. Especially the earth has to be coiled because that brings combination of fields. This is the reason we use coils.
Any suggestion that we can clean up the zinc galvanized on iron?
You don't use galvanized.
I know. Is there any way to clean it up?
No, because when you use galvanized, there's still some other residual which goes inside or interferes with the field strength of the iron.
Okay. Appreciate that.
It's a method which galvanization is done. They use electric current, which is a kind of magnetic field. So they create a condition of field's positioning.
Okay. That's clear. Thank you.
You're welcome. Give my regard to Sarah and your family. Thank you for being there.
You're welcome.
Any other news? Or any other question? We're approaching the 4-hour limit. But
yes.
I think today's I think today's teaching is a watershed in the world of science and technology, in the world of medicine, in the world of application of the fields of the universe. And as I said, today is a wonderful day to be the 23rd of July. And this is a gift, somebody very, very special in my life. As it's her birthday today.
Can you take a question from a couple people who have had their hands up?
Yep.
Okay. Ike can be first, and then Cristiano.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you.
The cup number 3 and 4. Is that copper or copper? And no zinc?
Cup number 4 is total copper. And they are all copper.
Okay.
Only cup number 2 has carried the zinc.
Okay, what is the idea behind the physicality and the inertia? I'm still a little bit confused on
If you
the
go back in the teachings of Keshe Foundation, inertia is the matter state gravitational magnetic field, and gravity and magnetical fields, what we call magrav, is the attribute to the interaction of the fields of the elements within the center of the core of the planet.
Center of the core, okay.
One is the surface interaction and one is central interaction.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bom dia, translator português.
Rafael, are you there? Anyone from Portuguese team here? Can you open the microphone, please, Rick?
Rafael is doing simultaneous translation on the other channel. Everything in Portuguese is already there in parallel.
We need a Portuguese translator.
Yeah, we have Spanish, but I don't know if we have any Portuguese translators, you can put your hand up and we can acknowledge. There's Raphael. Go ahead, Raphael.
Hello, can you hear me? Rafael from Brazil here.
Yes.
Okay. Ok, Cristiano. Hello.
Oi, bom dia, senhor Keshe. Obrigado pela oportunidade de fazer mais uma pergunta. A respeito do copo do homem, que está ligado aí entre os 5 copos, no copo do homem vai as placas de zinco e as placas de cobre, né, do copo 1 e 2. Só que aí está com bobinas. Eu vou fazer estes 5 copos com bobinas, né, o copo do homem com bobinas ou com placas?
So first of all, hi Mr. Keshe, good afternoon. Cristiano is asking about the setup, the cup 2 and the cup 3. You have the cup of man there, or is the cup 1 and cup 2 as you taught us?
Can you repeat, please?
His doubt is about the cup 2 and the cup 3 of the setup. If it is the cup of man, because the cup of man have this difference. You have the flat metals there and not the coils. So in this setup, you put the flat or the coils as you put it in the drawings, in the cup 2 and 3 in the setup.
Yes, there is a reason why we do it that way. And we keep it that way.
Sim, tem uma maneira porque nós fazemos assim e nós mantemos dessa forma, como está no desenho.
Então quer dizer que eu devo fazer outro copo, eu não vou usar o mesmo copo do homem. É isso? Eu vou usar o copo 1 e o copo 2.
So this means I need to make a new cup now, not use the ones that I made already. Is that correct? Or he would like to know, I think, if he can use the other.
You gotta use, why not? If it's made with the same soul, yes, why not?
Sim, você pode até usar os copos antigos 1 e 2, sim.
Ah, ok. E não faz diferença de eu colocar ele na vertical ou horizontal, não? A última pergunta.
And my last question is the difference if I can put on horizontal. I think was the first question that Alvaro made, but he wants to know if he can put one next to another one or above and below, vertical position or horizontal position.
We just already answered that one. Depends how they want to do it.
Ele já respondeu isso mais cedo. Depende de como você quer fazer.
Ah, sim. Ok. E eu posso estar fazendo um copo novo do homem para fazer essas ligações e manter o outro copo, ou eu tenho que usar o outro?
O copo do homem para essa ligação?
Isso, para fazer essa ligação desses 5 copos aí. Eu tenho que usar o meu copo do homem, ou posso fazer um novo copo e manter?
É o copo 1 e copo 2. O copo do homem não tá aí, porque a bobina estava explicando isso. Entendeu?
Ah, ok.
So his question
muito obrigado,
if he can use the cup of man for this configuration, if he can put inside there or use the cup 1 or cup 2.
They make their decision. That's their own decision.
Então essa é a sua decisão. Se você quiser fazer, você pode fazer assim.
Ok, muito obrigado, Sr. Keshe. Obrigado, Rafael.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, we still have 2 hands up, but we are on sort of a deadline to phase out before the 4-hour mark here. We have Ignacio. It's had his hand up for a bit. Maybe we can take a quick question there and then end. We do have 46 open questions in the Q&A, but we can't.
We are not going into massive. We are not going into a massive, what do you call it? Overtime.
Details. Right. Okay, maybe a quick question from Ignacio then. Go ahead.
Hi, Rick. Hi, Mr. Keshe. I don't know speak English very good. You please translate.
What language do you need?
Spanish, sounds like it.
Spanish?
Yes,
yep.
yes, please.
See,
there's Ursula there, anyway, from the Spanish community.
Yes, Ursula would be good. If Ursula, allow you to speak if you can come on there if you're available. And who else do we have that's can do Spanish?
Is John there? John Wales from South America.
I don't see him on the list.
Okay, well, maybe we'll have to. Jeanette. Jeanette's here. She's got her hand up to help. Go ahead, Jeanette. Or Ursula, you both have your mics open now, so you'll have to fight it out here for rights.
It's very simple.
Ursula wants to go.
Okay, do you have a quick question, Ignacio?
Yes.
Go ahead. We have two translators here.
I have any question. Me gustaría saber si la copa de inercia dentro de los reactores va nanocubierta. Quisiera, años atrás, Mr. Keshe en uno de los talleres explicó de años atrás de la nanocobertura en el núcleo Caroline. Esto lo de la nanocobertura en el núcleo.
Continúe, por favor.
Perdón. Quisiera saber si esto no es un vínculo de transición de un carbono a otro a través de la copa misma. Y también quisiera saber si el libro 9...
Un momento. Just give me a second, please. Un momento, por favor. Okay, first of all, he wants to know if the cup of the inertia goes nano-covered.
Yes, of course. Anything to do with that is a magnetic and not a matter state.
Dice que cualquier cosa de estos está en el estado magnético y no en el estado sólido de la materia. Okay, the second question, he says that in the teachings in the past, you explained how you could nano-cover the nucleus of the Caroline core. Is this in any way joined to the concept of the carbon? Of the transition of the carbon?
A través del aluminio.
Through the aluminum?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Que no entiende, que si le puede explicar mejor.
La pregunta más concreta es si podríamos utilizar una nanocobertura desde crear una copa de la vida con aluminio para generar esta cobertura a través del núcleo Caroline para posicionar el alma dentro de ella.
Okay, he says that if he could use the nano covering of the cup of the life with aluminum so that he could achieve that state that was achieved in the Caroline core.
What do you mean?
¿Qué quiere decir? Si puedes elaborar la pregunta, por favor, Ignacio. If you could elaborate the question, please, Ignacio.
La pregunta es si estamos creando nivel de interacciones a distintos enlaces de comunicación con el carbono, con los núcleos.
Para. If he could create different levels of interaction of the carbon to the level of the nucleus.
Del estado de la materia. Y la siguiente pregunta es sobre el libro 9 del alma.
Pero espera que te conteste esa. Would you like to answer that question, please?
I don't understand what is asked or the question is.
Okay. ¿Quieres decirme la pregunta del libro 9, por favor?
La pregunta del libro 9 es sobre si las tres partes de estos nuevos reactores van con la totalidad del alma o van con la totalidad de la comprensión del libro 9.
Ok, si el libro 3, la parte de los reactores va con la comprensión del alma, ¿fue
No, no,
lo que
no.
dijiste?
No. Si las 3 líneas de los reactores
The 3 lines of the
va
reactors
con la comprensión del libro 9
goes with
en
the
cada una de esas
comprehension
3
of the
líneas.
book 9. ¿Y cuál es la última? Ignacio, la última parte de la pregunta.
La última parte de la pregunta es si esta comprensión del libro del alma va en las 3 líneas del reactor.
Ok, entonces divídeme la palabra línea por línea, por favor, y yo la voy haciendo. Eso es una frase paras, yo la traduzco y así para poderla concatenar. Go ahead, dale.
¿Te hago la pregunta nuevamente?
Sí, it says about the book number 9, the 3 parts of the reactor. Continúa.
Book 9, who knows what is the 3 part of reactor?
Dice que el libro 9, ¿quién sabe cuáles son las 3 partes de los reactores?
No, está mal, no.
Ok, dale.
Quisiera saber si las 3 líneas
The 3
dentro
lines within
del reactor van con la
the
comprensión del
reactor
alma
go with the comprehension of the soul.
en cada una de ellas. Es que se entiende que
In each one of them.
está dando 3 líneas distintas y en varios talleres ha dado a entender que se utilizan en ciertas copas ciertos núcleos, pero no sé si se utilizan en todos los núcleos de las líneas.
Okay, he says that in all the explanations that you have given, you always explain that there's these 3 lines and in each one has the nucleus. He wants to know if in every single one you use the same.
Use what? I don't understand. I'm totally lost with these questions.
I'm lost too. I don't know what he's even talking about. Maybe he needs to make a picture and explain what he means and use it for the next workshop, because we're out of time here now.
Dice que si
It's
puedes hacer
taken
un
7
dibujo y
minutes or something
traerlo
for the
para la
question.
próxima vez para poder entender más lo que quieres decir.
Come back next week
Dice
with,
que regreses la próxima
and we'll respond.
y que te van a responder. ¿Oíste,
Bueno,
Ignacio? ¿Quieres
muchas
hacer la
gracias.
pregunta y la montamos bien con un diagrama para hacerlo? I'm asking him to please make the question with a diagram so it can be explained to you.
Yes, please.
Que por favor lo hagas así. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Good.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for today. And as we said, we have opened your doors, your eyes to new things, new dimension. And as I have been responsible, and I'm responsible for all the events within the Keshe Foundation, what happens, I advise the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers internationally, please not to run into problem with what is being set up that we have stopped through Caroline. I request you to block total, because these people are ruthless and they will go for everything. I advise the golden age of Cancer to block and delete. These are important because these groups, wherever they are and they operate, they are ruthless and relentless on all of us. Our love stays the same, but protection of the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers and their families is paramount for us. This is what we will see through different ways will come in, and they use different opportunities to destroy families, to destroy lives. Sweet talks saturated with poison. Sisterhood of death. It is important for me as a founder of the foundation, as the way I protect and teach, to protect and teach all of you when it happens within us. And I advise all the knowledge seekers, please protect yourselves from the sweet talks of what these sisters will bring as a poison to all of us, as brought to my family. On the other hand, I hope you enjoy the new knowledge released today, and I hope you understand the gravity of the technology and science delivered today. For the first time, we brought the soul of the man, the emotion of the man, and the physicality of the man as type of process that never been done before, and it can save in every dimension. For the first time, whatever you decide, whichever has both physicality, emotion, and the soul with it, never been disclosed, never been understood. In a simple way, you all understand. Use it to create peace, use it to create knowledge, use it to create condition of understanding for humanity, and share this, especially the report from the Iranian leadership across the world, plus the report. Every press, every newspaper, now the paper is published, is a copyright of the Keshe Foundation, which is all of us. Release it, share it, and let governments look at it and do it. We are not asking for any funding, we are not asking for any money for research. We all have paid with our lives for this report. There is nothing higher than the price of life of a man and freedom of his soul. Thank you very much for today. The whole of the Keshe Foundation team, the webmasters, Rick, and all those, especially Iranian Keshe Foundation team, who relentlessly, even as we speak, they are working hard to achieve peace. For peace of the family and the people who are infected with COVID. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. A lot included in today's teaching for people to relook at and have to play with and work with. Okay, this has been the 338th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, July 23rd, 2020. Thank you, everybody, for attending, and we'll see you next week at the same time and place. We also have the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace coming up on Tuesday at 8 p.m. Central European Time. And see you all. Thank you. Bye for now.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on Earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate